This is the view from the top of Karori, where the cable car. Cool, it's a bit bleak out there, isn't it?
We stopped to take that off. That's not like university students. That's right. Yeah, the university stops us the third stop. If you wait a bit longer, you'll get the cable car going down.
Yeah, I'll do that. Panoramic view of Wellington.
Rightio, this is the area of Kelburn as we go along through here now. A lot of the houses through here, they don't have garaging for their cars, so they just park them on the road, or in some places they actually have a platform over top of them. Here, we'll actually go underneath it down here on the left in a few moments. The road out to our right through to Karori. Sorry? To Nakori Road. Anyone's into needlework or cross-stitching or anything like that, one of the top shops in New Zealand is just in here on the right, a place called Nancy's. Yes, and it closed 3 minutes ago. Just in here to the right, you'll see it in here. This is Nancy's Patchwork and Embroidery. Premier House, and on the left-hand side, the home of Helen. Beautiful buildings, aren't they? Yes, you can hear your neighbours change their mind in these places. So if you just bear with us while we get the accommodation sorted out, it won't take us a couple of minutes.
Just leaving Wellington now on the Aruru. There's the Cape Tin. quite breezy. There's the open. Is that the North Island, the South Island?
That's the North Island and that's the South.
North Island. And there's the South Island. Spot the difference. A bit warmer out here now. Not so windy. Thought it could be a bit of rain over there. Just coming into the Tory Channel now. Quite rugged. Headland. Totally different from the North Island. Isn't there a place to have a house up there? Isn't it? Yeah, that is fantastic.
go for a swim in the local swimming pool if you like, straight in front of us.
It's a white swan then.
If you never had a cup of tea, there's one straight through there to your left.
This is Havelock, as opposed to Havelock North.
The fish processing sheds are out here to our right. The countryside is very much tidal up in here now, and this is very much a fish breeding ground amongst the willow, the marshes and reeds through here. Thought that most of the snapper that are in the sounds do their breeding in these tidal, and of course they play havoc with a lot of the young fish that are in here. Quite common to see the kotuku or the white heron in amongst here, as well as the blue heron.
Is this where they did a bungee jump, is it? Is this where they did a bungee jump?
I don't know if they did it off here.
Mm. Beautiful smell. Spraying. Don't know. Decent sized tree, isn't it? Yeah.
Keep walking. That's all. Oh, well, don't then. If you want your front of you.
What?
I said if you want the front of you, you better stop then.
These are size trees, aren't they?
How do you turn it off?
Just press the same button.
He's terrified he'll get there.
It's recording now.
Oh, okay. Oh.
This is bad as we were walking on the boat. Are you all right? Come on.
Did you get one with those reflections?
Yes.
Would you please not shake the bridge?
Well, we just think we're on the boat still, eh?
Okay, that's
On the
Just a bit rocky. Should charge to walk across there. Stucco homes. Now isn't this paradise? This is just down the coast from Nelson, the Tasman Bay. We're just about to board a boat and do a trip around to Sandy Bay, or Golden Bay. Look at that, beautiful. The nicest beaches I've seen. That's our home away from home. Nice and comfortable couch. Make a good painting for Michael, that. This is all our crew. Do a big wave.
What an experience to see that. I'm glad it stopped the rain. Oh no, well they've stopped all the thank God. Yes, and no, stopped it.
There's a decent sized rock, bigger than the average. This is all spring water for the trout, crystal clear.
Oh, they'd like that, wouldn't they?
Sister and Coffs Harbour, and she's always doing that on her.
Oh, is this where the water
Yeah.
comes out, is it?
Yeah,
Yeah. Springs.
Springs where
Oh,
they
God, it looks...
amazing. What a colour.
Look down here, see?
Look, there was a big fish over there before.
Is there?
Mm.
Gone, has it?
Mm.
It's just amazing.
Sometimes that comes.
Couple of trout was supposed to have been running. I came down here.
Is that right?
Yeah, they were supposed to do it.
Yeah.
How deep would that be?
There was net een vis.
Yeah.
Not sure what sort of bird it is.
8 spring vents,
Oh, right.
and that's the biggest
Oh,
one.
heavens, I took a photo with that.
Oh, it's down there. How big is it?
It'd be quite big.
Coming up.
Can't you see it?
Coming up
No.
to see us.
No. Something wrong with me, I still can't see it.
No, it's just...
Beyond that rocky area to the ocean where they used to load the coal out.
So that must be the top
This
of there.
is Fairwall Spit, top of the South Island.
Yeah, I can see it.
Let's see if we can zoom out to...
Oh, yeah.
There it goes. Right out there. And those are black swans. Never seen so many. Just look at them.
Yeah, I told you.
You did, didn't you? Yeah.
I grew up on a dairy farm.
Like Ruapuna, you know, just out of Christchurch on a Saturday night. Yeah.
Oh, do you live in Woodley?
No, in Avonhead, but we still hear them sometimes. And,
Oh,
did you? Yeah. Yeah, well, a bit occasional Saturday nights we can hear it, and it's just what it sounds like. Before I'd like to take a gun to them, but now I think of you poor things.
Aye, and that was only a kitten. You wait until you see Mum.
Right. I don't know where he is. He's in here somewhere.
coming down.
I've got the grass. There he is.
So warm, isn't it?
Lovely. I'm taking.
There we are, there's a life-size albatross.
Nice sculptures in amongst the marble, isn't there? You know. Yeah, it's a beautiful valley. We'll get some good views when we get up. It's lovely with a bit of cloud across the top of the hills like it is too, isn't it? Out onto the hills. Right out on the extremities you can see where the road comes down to a point out on our right hand side. That's known as Harwood's Lookout. But you can see as much as stopping there as you can from the coach. Actually you can see more from the cars, you can't see it. But as we come in a little bit closer here now, if you look straight down in front of us, large red square. You see it away out there? Right in the centre, right at the bottom here.
Yep.
That's a netting over a crop, and it looks to me as if it is another green tea crop. It's very, very Osage cherries, but it doesn't seem to be high enough for cherries.
Oh, it stays there all year.
It stays there all year, but it's, yeah. That's probably right too, but surely with today's technology someone can get out there and form a computer program for it. If you look up to your right here now, you'll see what they call the steps, and then Trafalgar Street named after Lord Nelson running straight down to your left. Oh look, there's a bus park here. Is where a lot of it's going in here. This was all quite a rundown part of it. And as we go through here, for many years the area right along this area was known as the chain fence. And you can see how they've got this, oh, it's still got the spikes in it. I was going to say they just replaced it recently. And quite often you'll see people just fishing off the edge of here, snapper. These were the real upmarket homes of Nelson, like in the 60s. It's a beautiful scenic spot at the moment, but when the winds blow and quite often at full tide, the waves will actually break up onto the road. You can hardly believe it, can you, a day like this.
Just admiring the pots around by your front door, they're lovely.
Yeah, I chopped them off,
And they're coming away again. Yeah. These are glorious. Look at the one down the bottom there.
Oh, yes, unusual.
They're beautiful.
Walking in front of the cameras. Walking in front of the cameras. Get back out.
I got your head in there.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Just in the wrong spot, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Told you the sound of the fjord, but no. What's the difference between a stream, and also this lake is the start of the Buller River. It goes out round the back of the White Island over there to the left. There's a camping facility.
Just another day in paradise. Today's Saturday, and this is our stop at one of the Nelson Lakes, Lake Ruotwiti I think it's called. Morning tea, beautiful countryside. You couldn't ask for a better place to stop and have a picnic. I think. Oh, isn't this just gorgeous?
Now I've got a friend at work. Her husband wants to buy a section. She said if I stood by the lodge and looked to the right, so I
Yeah.
presume it would be up on that right area there where the homes are.
Oh yeah. You want to hear the tourists?
Yeah, isn't that beautiful? Hear the tui? Hello. Beautiful. Isn't it a lovely day? What a lovely spot, too. Just isn't it? Magic. It is. Yeah. Absolutely. I've got a panorama thing on there. I've been taking some of these on. Beautiful.
What, you're going to sit there, are you? Duckland.
Okay. Hang on, stay there.
De ene achter. Kijk hoe mooi die was.
Here's the stragglers.
Ze zaten hier ook aan doen.
Nee, dat geloof ik niet. Die is ook niks. Daar zit het dan.
I think this is the Buller River. Not very wide at the moment. We're just going to go through one of the small railway tunnels. It's quite impressive. Here we are into the bowels of the earth. This would have been carved out long before machines. We'll just go for a walk to the other end now.
I was on the wall here. People would sit to wait for the train like that. I said,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's right. So they didn't get run over?
yeah. It was quite weird actually.
I'll come into the end of it now. It's quite nippy down here. Strong breeze. We can see where we're walking now. Nearly fell over a couple of times. Back into daylight. Just had to do that. Here's another adventurous pair. Don't know where they are. And there's the supports the railway bridge. What a waste of time and money.
Oh yes.
You can see you completed the
We just.
walkway there.
Where does that go to? Just up the top bit.
There's a walkway back. We can go back across the top.
Oh, okay.
Isn't it? Okay, give us a wave. Beautiful bit of bush. This is a better view. Isn't it?
You do a jig or something?
What's that?
It was showing some of the slips that have come down the hillside. There's a better area a bit further on.
So this is the Buller River.
Yeah. We're in the Buller Gorge.
Yeah.
They won't put a raft down.
Cross this bridge, turn round there and then go back up the valley up into here. And there's quite a large farming valley you can see there. There's a lot of it quite dark looking. This is the tannins from the forest where most of the wood comes from. This colour through quite considerable. Fall down on you. Just let this car go and then we'll go through a bit slower. As the river comes and bounces off this sheer rock here, puts it back round the corner again. Rail gang working on the other side of the gorge over here now. You can see the machine on one of the bridges.
See?
Oh, she did pretty good. All mod comms. Raging fire in the corner there.
The bacon would be hung up on the ceiling of the kitchen of the pub. And there was a big
There's the larder for breakfast.
And of course the cook would go some mornings to
There's a rival for Ford. Or early Mercedes.
Some of the small mills are down the 3 mile. They go straight from the mills to the hotel, stop there till 10 o'clock at night drinking. Back there at 8 o'clock next morning, the toy would turn out each 10th.
Push the prams and get the photo taken. Oops, there's a wet baby now. There's a tuna boat going out now.
A5, and what we're looking at now is the incline of the Denniston coal mine. Quite steep. A lot of trouble up and down there.
Down the bottom you get a good view of the humping and hollowing that was done 2 years.
It's an overcrowded coach.
Way at the point there, you can see way at the furthest point. So everything had to be carried up.
Fairly bleak looking country, isn't it? It's quite a cool breeze up here. It's not surprising considering the height we are.
Nice bleak, isn't it?
Guess who's got the best position in the house? Warming the backside again. Looks very cosy over there, isn't it? How'd you say? Guess who's in front?
Good stuff. Anyway, up or down. So women rode in these wagons, children rode in these wagons, children were killed in the wagons. It wasn't until someone very important was killed in the wagon that a ban came on. And then it was decided, well, if you're banning us riding it, we have to have an alternative, and the bridle path was put in. There was a passing lane, the only section where the rope was equal lengths, that a passing lane, two separate tracks. And as this empty comes up, you may notice there might be a flash of a figure inside here. Maintenance men had 4.5 minutes each run to nail some dogs and grease up the rollers, make sure that there was no hook up in the workings of it, to make sure it ran for the whole 12-hour shift, because there was no holding capacity at Denniston. What was mined that day had to go off that day. Across the other side, came out in 1908. Mr. Meadows had his back broken in the mine about 1918, and he lingered for a couple of years up at Denniston. Mrs. Meadows would walk all the way up to the hospital to nurse him most days and back home again. And eventually he died. They decided they'd take him to Christchurch, and he lasted 6 weeks for better treatment, and he passed away. They were in a company house. So the company says, well, if you haven't got rent, you'll have to move. So they moved him to a flat-roofed shed, and they baked what they called Meadows' pies, which was a high-top crust with a dry meat mixture, a spoonful of peas and gravy on the top. Everyone bought it in the valley here, and they were one of the last people to leave in the 50s. And if we have a look at the right of the rockfall, you can see a coal seam just in the foreground. This one here. That's where we're parked. This is where we are. This is where we are here. Everyone, veranda in the front. Got it there? We'll put that where that grassy flat is up there. That was Ropus Hotel. And things around the place. During the 29 and the 68 earthquake, most people found this a better place to be than on the flat because we don't have a water. Get the knocks and the bangs.
Tennis courts.
Keep going until transport for the coal. No, the mines were up on the plateau, straight out up here. But it could be quite fierce when there's a howling gale roaring off that ocean and you've got nothing to stop it between you and it. Had a wonderful story from a woman saying she lived down, there was another terrace of houses below us, another one on the flat in the middle, and another one on the flat right out at the end. So if we just stop here for a moment. Now there's another picture in your folder and it's got a two-storey, no, it'll be further on, it'll be the Denniston part after that one.
Some of the original wagons. There's the information centre. What a grand view. That's one of the wagons that used to go down the hill carrying all the coal. I wonder how many tons that would hold. That's a long way down. $1 million view. You can see the old track down there, all the way down to the bottom. Looks like an old water pump. Electric motor. Another water pump. That would be a heater or a fan. This here would be a loader for turn loader. Picked up the coal. Put it into the buckets. And that would be the mine entrance. More artifacts over there. See the old scrubbing boards, the old washboards. Telephone. This must be the blacksmith's. There's his anvil down there. Donate, put your donation in. Can you pop the machine? The old miner's helmet. I won't bother putting it on because it's quite dirty. Telephones. Fascinating. That's their box. What that thing is. What have we got here? Oh, there's an old Bedford. This must have caught the workers around. Okay, I think that'll be all right.
Yeah, that's a pretty fantastic panoramic view, isn't it?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Look at that right up the bluffs up further north as well.
West Coast beaches.
The mouth down there, see where we've come from, way out the distance out. Wow. Come right and follow that valley.
That's a good view. So what river is this?
Isn't it really? It's right on the edge of I call it a Bear Creek. It's usually, there's not much water in it today, it's usually frothy water and going through there. Be fishing along here.
Somebody sunbathing?
Oh. Gone too far. Yeah, there's Trevor. I can't see you. There's going to be some...
Can't find him.
Well, it's really hard to see because it's... I'm doing it all by myself. Oops, I better turn it off, I think.
Yes.
You filming?
Yep. Okay, where you go?
If you follow me, it's sort of just...
Yeah, alright. Whoop. Whoop.
Okay. This is the start of the Heaphy track.
Yes. So I understand. Oh yes, definitely.
I know.
Is that pretty? Yeah.
Quite attractive, aren't they? Very lush. This is the start of the Heaphy track. Beautiful, subtropical. Just look at all these knee cows. It's like being in the islands. Beautiful. All the vines. Around the corner. There's the sunshine breaking through. Very peaceful, very tranquil, very lush, apart from those noisy tourists. There's a little bridge.
Number 3 chute is working at the moment. You can see the coal pouring out through there. And when they want to load the trains, they can either take them through the rail link through here underneath and jump straight into the carriages, or they can actually take it up a siding in there and load it with the front end loaders. But they're stockpiling at the moment as the trains don't work on the weekends until they get the bridges. That's the only time they've got to get the bridges strengthened. So at this stage, when they run 7 days a week, there's not going to be enough time to run the Transalpine train across the hills. At the moment, the Transalpine train at Arthur's Pass, bring the other half down to Greymouth, so that half of the train will run on time anyhow. So regardless, the train leaves from Arthur. Spent a lot of money on the hotel.
So that was Westport.
Pretty sure must have been.
Today's Monday. We're heading down to Greytown.
Well, good morning, folks. Well, 6 is it? 7? 5.
It's Monday anyway.
It's welcome to Monday. We're crossing now the Buller River for the last time. And you'll see the brick, the stone wall they put down through here is to keep pushing the river across towards the wharf to keep a deeper channel for the boats to come in. We'll head out towards Cape Farwell now, and into what's known as the Parkahee country that I was telling you about the other day. The different soils, rocks through here. Breaks the surf. Here's another weka.
Missed it.
We usually have quite a few people with maggots camping in this area. Maggots is another name for camper van. Because they're white, they travel in a group and they're all over the place. And we might have trouble getting through here. They're not supposed to camp down here, but they do. It's the Bay House, that's the advertising, the little cafe. And you can see the walkway going up the edge of the hill, and the seal colony's just on the other side there. It's quite a nice, easy walk. It's well maintained. This little house here is one of those composting toilets, usually well maintained.
Yeah. Go on. That's quite spectacular, isn't it? What, Ref? Look at the size of those waves. Yo.
Yeah, and only little one. Yeah, and oh, there's one. Yes. See that pool over there? Yeah, yeah. There's two little ones playing in it. Oh, you know what you got? I believe I have seen them. And now they are not there. But they're still nice. Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah, that's all. Oh, there's lots. There's one Saturday now with you. Ja, dat hebben we een keer gehad. Maar deze zeehondjes zijn misschien leuker om te zien dan die andere niet eens keer gezien bent. Vooral als ze een beetje rechtop staan. Kijk, als je nou, heb je die afgenomen daar, dat is niet. Deze heb je ook niet goed in de moed zitten. Maar als je die dan, er zitten nog een paar misschien nog een beetje half dat je deze kunt zien. Kijk, ze volgt. Ja, ja. Nog kan die erover. Gewoon naar bed te laten. Nou ja, maar kijk. Kijk, wij komen een hele golf. Misschien komt de dag wel weer in. Ja, ja. Nou is het mooi. Heb je de grootste meegenomen? Heb je de grootste meegenomen? Heb je twee genomen? Kijk, er komt er weer in aan. Wacht even. Oh, hier. Dat komt weer een volgende. Als het net een stukje aan tegen die dingen aan is.
As it goes down, yeah, I saw that.
Wat die kleine zeehondjes. Voor. Ik denk dat die het mooi hebben zo van deze, want dat heb je die ook van deze man. Dat is mooi voor de zon. Dat is niet goed in.
Babies in the pools down there.
Kijk, dit is een heel groot.
Right in the middle.
Ja, dit is kant. En we doen het grappig.
Anyway, going to dive in.
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah. So it's all like clean. Beach tour down here.
What? This is at the mouth of the Fox River, just north of Greymouth. It's a bit of a wild, windy west coast. It's such a good day today. I think I might just go for my first paddle of the day. Sorry about that. Yeah, the water's coming to meet me. Oh, it's quite chippy, quite nippy. Like South Island shags. There's a noisy duck. There's the old railway bridge over the Fox. Interesting supports.
Across the road, and for many years there was always a few penguin casualties, but thank goodness they're actually starting to give way to them. You wouldn't want to be present when that piece of rock fell off, would you? You want to take a photo of that area through there?
God, what stunning scenery. Just look at that. Spectacular. Less, it's worth double the price. Thanks, mate. Oh, and that'll be so wrapped in this. Amazing rock structures.
Bit further along.
Wait for one more. Bigger and bigger.
That's really sucking in, so.
Here's tsunami. Doing another one.
Usually the second I turn away, the big storm comes.
Yeah. Just feel the power of that water. Imagine tsunamis. Suppose you want to be in the picture, do you? Hello, panoramic view. The vegetation grow on the top of those rocks. How does the vegetation grow on the top of those rocks, Barbara?
Just start.
What do they feed on? Got it. Not quite as big. To raise it if it's recording at the moment.
Such.
It's recording.
Oh, so I can just do the read.
Yeah, right, press again. We'll do a forward roll now. It's quite
I have lost you.
It's all natural. Lost me a bit, that's alright. That's okay. Oh,
Yeah, I reckon. I wouldn't have looked at that phone. It's going, doesn't it? You got that one? I got that one. The Epstein.
As well, they've got their what they call the 12 Apostles standing up, which I think there's only about 8 on each. But admittedly, they're a goldy colour. They're not the
This is Greymouth. There's the Greymouth River, the Grey River. Not very exciting.
Originally lake homes, or batches as we would call them, but now of course they are a lot of them are full-time homes. On the west, brown trout, and there are now landlocked salmon in the lake, but the These family were contractors in this area, crashing down on the cars, which they used to do. So now it bounces down onto this and then down into the riverbed. To hold the road up, you'll see the big bolts going in here, and they've got big anchors going in, drilled in, and they bolt them up to hold the road up. This next one is Reed's Falls aqueduct, and it allows the water to come from the falls and push it straight over into the river. Stones were quite big, so you'd bounce off the stones to put you back on the road. Yes. And this is the steep part of the road here now. It makes everyone work a little bit harder. Just where these rails are here now, the road used to do a hard turn back, and you can actually see the scarring of it back here to our left. This is where the old road used to go up and here to the left, here in front of us. And they've just put it right across the river.
That's quite spectacular, isn't it?
And it bypasses all the zigzag, which is up to our left.
Where? Oh yeah. The zigzag you'll see carved in up on the top of the hill. It used to go right across the shingle square over here. If you look down at the left here, Trevor, you'll see a... Yep. Now that is one amazing viaduct. Just the single pillars, all concrete and steel structure.
Side into Arthur's Pass. If you can make the Porter's Pass, which is slightly higher than this one, you'll get into this alpine region. And this is where Annalisa Coburger, you know, our champion skier, this is where she came from. And her father's, or grandfather's shop's in on the left, the chalet. And this is where she grew up in. Little East mountain.
Hey, do you want me to take it and you can be here?
Yeah, okay. Finger what it is. It'll be recording now. Press again. Press again. You can sort of make sure you got Arthur's Pass in there.
Yeah.
Right. You don't have to film for long because nobody wants to look at it.
Okay, so just recording, you can go up there.
Yep.
Okay, but you've got to go a bit more to your right.
To my right.
Yeah, and you turn it. Otherwise, you're not under the Arthur's Pass bit. Yeah. There we are. So there we are, looking all pretty, waiting for the train. Okay, so...
bus now, heading towards Christchurch.
Once again, police paging a group of 4 under the pseudonym Prasad, P-R-A-S-A-D. Once again, join up with the Waibaker area.
Here comes the first coal train. Empty, of course.
Half an hour's time, the cafe bar service will close. We get a sprinkle by South Power, please, for cafe bar.
Right, good morning folks, and welcome to our day 7, which brings us out through towards Akaroa this morning. And before we do so, we'll do a little bit of a detour, and we'll take you up to one of the local gardens for a bit of a walk. Seeing you've had a cooked breakfast, we'll get you to walk that off. Otherwise I'll never get up over the hill. The gardens we're going to go to this morning is Monavale Gardens, which was a private garden gifted to the people of Christchurch by the owners, and it's quite a nice easy stroll following the banks of the Avon, and you'll come out towards the Christchurch Girls High playing fields.
So there's the mighty River Avon. About leap across there. Pretty bad television aerial.
Spicy to me.
Quite an interesting sculpture. Now where will it come up? One of the quite an impressive garden. It's like being in Venice. That looks quite impressive. That'll look nice in another couple of weeks. This is quite a nice gazebo. Looks like the roof is made of copper. Very ornate windows. Nice little rose garden. Still flowering well.
Yeah, yeah. The best is the yellow, something. Oh, this it's the other side around. Yeah.
Beautiful little elms through here, aren't they? So they're not quite changing enough at the moment.
That comes out here, a little narrowing, goes up to a little peak in the centre there. That's the Onawi Peninsula.
Here's Akaroa Bay. Beautiful countryside.
Robinson's Bay Post Office. You can see this little white building here with the red roof. That's the post office and exchange. That's was it all done.
It's two little birdhouses.
Now as you come through in here, you'll pick up the various names of the French names, like all the streets are Rue de l'Art and Club Lavaux, Club Lavaux, Rue Lavaux. And this is the main street. You can't get lost in Akaroa, surely. Palacia. Rochelle. Just in on the left hand side now, this is Pompelia retirement village, just past the hotel. Just in here, these little wee chalets in here, and the very old Catholic church in the back there with the green steeple.
And just down to our right, you'll see a little green.
Yeah, we're leaving there at I would say 12:30. So you've got all these little places to walk back to, galleries, food eateries, hotels, sorry closed, gallery, real estate, Chalamer, some fuel,
There's another little gallery in there on your right. This is the pharmacy here. That will be open. Oh, it's open now. Fudge factory. Beautiful fudge. Get a pork chop on your left.
Let's mention a lotto shop.
And then there's a little coffee shop and lotto shop here on your right. A bank with an ATM just over to your left. The old post office here to your right, and the old council chambers. This is the memorial gardens, and here rose gardens with more toilets. One of the old tripods in here where they used to boil the whale blubber up, just to your right. And you've got the lovely little walk down through here on the waterfront. Right across the bay you'll see the grey building way over there. That's the spare parts store that I was telling you about. Through back out there to park. Or there's one place just round the corner here. French bakery here, or the bakery and cafe. There's a lot of beautiful French type baking. Beautiful pastries, yeah, filled rolls, etc. Oh, Parker, who's the mayor here in Akara, along the waterway. This is the local primary school. I'll take the money off you every which way. Right along this front here there are various little cafes and places to eat. And this is the barn, the old weighbridge.
Is the bus only stop there?
You know, you can just dropping only.
Wouldn't want to go back any further, eh? Good place to park for a morning drink.
You know, John and Douglas, their oldest daughter, they've got kids in our school.
Is that around the Napoleon area, was it? Seagull on top. Perfect picture.
You could all stand with your face showing there and pretend you was painting your face.
Well, that's an idea.
Great.
Nice smile. Supposed to be, if I can find it, a wood pigeon. Very well camouflaged. Oh, there it is. Amethyst. So you can find some more. Yep. Oh, isn't it? Just watching the world go by. Nice positive. Nice bit of stainless. Beautiful rooms. Zachariah.
Making their way down onto the flat land of Christchurch. And then, of course, the last but not least was the site of the Taka, and that was an area that was built later, and it was an accommodation home for the gentry so that they could actually stay over while their farmhouses were being built for them and all that sort of area. And you'll see the status of these as we go through. It's quite symbolic as far as the settlement of Canterbury is concerned. A lot of people don't really know a lot about it. It's just early history that my family came from, migrated into here, we picked up over the years. If you look out to our right now, the far, and that's where von Lucknow, the German Navy officer, was interred on there during the Second World War. You look straight ahead out here, coming in away from the Pacific Ocean in the distance. That's through there, all the ships will come through that entranceway into the harbour. And you can see how rugged the land. And of course they used to come up through what they called Dyer's Pass Road.
Halfway. Thank you so much.
This exclamation.
No, because they've been stolen. Yes. Mind you, they did find it. Somebody did notice a car. I think it was on the outside. There was a person tracked.
Yeah, beautiful drive across here. You out through the other side as well in a few moments. It's like flying really. You're in the cloud 1 minute and the next minute you're out of it. You can see out to our right with the island, or the sort of brownie part. To our left. Now, of course, when the early settlers come across here, this was still all a bit There was no gorse, of course. It was just all lack of vegetation. And this is where they found the first spring in here on the right. And see, in later years they've actually put the water fountain through there. But that's the first one. That's the sign of the pack horse.
Where?
And they just found a spring just dug into the side of the hill in there because they could see the water dripping out through on the side. So they just drove a pipe and the water's been running ever since. A couple of times that's happened. It's been unbelievable. There's an observatory through there.
Because there was a lot of Taunakas when we came in yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
What was the target?
Kiwi.
Kiwi.
Just going around a Littleton now.
Fabulous. It'll be super cool. Yeah. So blue, you know, on a nice day.
Yeah. I've just been told this is Governor's Bay. Very pleasant. There's the wolf. It's like a Scottish castle. God, this is just fantastic.
Just sign here.
You'd almost think you're in the Highlands of Scotland. That's a decent size. It's a pity the fire's not going. Got beautiful lead lighting.
Crayfish menu. I think I'll come back for dinner. Pan-fried crayfish at the table and served with basil and roasted cashew nut pesto.
Very nice.
Oh, it sounds like a bit of meat.
Doesn't it? This is one of Baddock's paintings, Taki. Very good. Yeah, Mike. Paint that one, son. Very rare.
Oh.
Beautiful bit of carving. No, nice bit of stonework. It's all right.
Here's your leash.
It's just above the bridle path, which was the new path that was built across to bring the horses across into Christchurch. The valley we're heading up is known as the Heathcote Valley, and this area is a frost-free area and therefore grows a lot of early crops. Toll Plaza is still across the front. There's
before the booth's been removed. This is where lay-by there, where all the over-width vehicles have to line up to go through the tunnel. Built a little bit different to the ones in Australia. These ones don't leak water into them. Okay, so here's an over-width vehicle. You can see how they've got to have flashing lights. Like where his escort is. They normally have to have an escort in front. Sorry? This is our longest road. Cross up on top with a black ball at the base of it with a scaffolding around it, unfortunately at the moment. But that's the time ball station, and the semaphore flags out to the right, straight up on top, out to the right hand side of the top of the hill. Time ball station is still used today. It's part of our Historical Places Trust, and the time ball is lifted every day at 12 noon Greenwich Mean Time and lowered at 1 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. So all the ships in port can set their clocks, watches, and what's all the other meters they use. It's all set for Greenwich Mean Time.
gravel house, isn't it? Bouncing on the floor.
Where did we go?
They went up at the rock club. Tripped him up and sit there.
Is that where it seems too smooth. Too smooth, says she.
It's long. Queenstown and just goes pretty much straight up. And it goes over a ridge and...
God, and every time it went over these frame things, it shook. Oh, God.
Nice and quiet.
Is that a movie that you've got?
It is.
It's quite a gap between the cars, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Oh, yes. Played up and facing back. And Silver Cruiser on the roof. Every day night there, just down Moorport School. Just down. I would like the job of planting trees in this one country.
You'd have to have one leg shorter than the other, wouldn't you?
Wouldn't want a spade, you want a crowbar.
I don't remember ever going.
There's a little harbour. You just come up on the gondola.
Hunting moa was dangerous and difficult. Herding them into valleys and starting fires was a technique of moa hunting that destroyed much of the native forest on the peninsula. Skilled at identifying and utilizing natural resources, the Maori soon employed flax and native trees to construct ornate dwellings and establish villages. The larger trees were carved into canoes at scales unachievable before. They were used as vessels of exploration, fishing, and war against other Polynesian settlers. The tribe lived virtually free of disease and aggression up until the 1820s. Celebrating their Maori culture, they were a physically and spiritually accomplished people. 1838 would be the beginnings of the active township of Akaroa. Forged by a French whaling captain, Akaroa would be the only French settlement in New Zealand and maintains its romantic French flair even today. In 1850, John Godley arrived to take up the post of resident chief agent of the Canterbury Association. Godley became a very influential force in establishing the Canterbury region and the beginnings of Christchurch. Lyttelton Harbour was lacking in enough flat land to establish a capital and would have to be linked with the region of Christchurch. The decision to migrate to New Zealand from England was mainly embraced by the working class. They knew little of what was in store for them other than the opportunity to better their living standards. The voyage in the hull of the ships was nearly unbearable. Limitations on food, space, and sanitation made the journey of weeks feel like months. December 16th, 1850 would receive the first immigrant ship into Lyttelton Harbour, the Charlotte Jane. Lyttelton was then comprised of about 60 huts and 2 hotels with a population of 300. The first settlers to cross the Port Hills via the bridle path would find only the most basic of establishments. Charlotte, Godley would note, a solitary house full of baggage carelessly heaped up and unoccupied, a stack of sawn timber and 1 boat. But just 1 year later, Charlotte would visit Christchurch and the whole place so cheerful and busy. As the forests of the Canterbury Plains had been previously burned down, the timber to supply the rapidly expanding city of Christchurch would come from the peninsula, creating a more diversified economy. The Europeans would quickly establish themselves on the peninsula and Canterbury Plains. Their robust pioneer spirit yielded a lifestyle they could be proud of. The hills of the peninsula, they introduced equipment that could process flax in quantities demanded by buyers. Wheat and grain were a staple food source. This was sown with great success. It ensured a reliable food supply and gainful employment for many settlers. Turning the soil at the base of the hills to grow vegetables was difficult work, but secluded microclimates yielded bounteous crops. Annual duck hunting seasons were truly plentiful, providing opportunities to practice social as well as survival skills. The hills were reforested for firewood and building demands. Dense clay deposits made the manufacture of high-quality bricks that were distributed throughout the South Island. This collective of industry and ambition provided means to develop wonderful homes on the hillsides of unprecedented stature. On a lighter note, pioneer aviator George Bolt is seen here testing his second glider on the hills in 1912. Overcoming endless political and financial obstacles, he single-handedly achieved his coveted goal of sharing the natural beauty of the peninsula as viewed from the crest of the Port Hills. His campaign began with a meeting in 1908, and it would be 26 years before his vision was achieved. Early access to portions of the Summit Road began in 1910. The road would eventually stretch the entire length of the Port Hills for the pleasurable use of untold millions of visitors to date. Another popular means of getting up and around the hills was using the Christchurch tram. This electric-powered vehicle would take you to the top of the hills for a cup of tea, or all the way around to Sumner for a day at the beach. The hills of the peninsula provided more than material sustenance. The beautiful views would nourish the spirit for those that took the time to explore them. Visiting the bays and walking along the hills quickly became an option for a lovely day out. If the hills could speak, they would tell wonderful stories of determination, sacrifice, resilience, honor, and success.
But I saw it. Yeah.
Stand. Not Richard Hadley, but the Walter Hadley stand. Richard Hadley was used to be the tram.
No trams at Christchurch.
Yes. Or the Catholic Cathedral. Beautiful building. Built and finished in 1905. Constructed by Scottish stonemasons. On the right hand side, coming backwards and forwards. A very busy rail station. Colombo Street, which is South Island's longest street, running from the Port Hills right across through to the North City of Papanui. And that's the Australian consulate there, Harvey Norman, built in the Dalgety grain stores. These were the big grain stores and wool stores, and out the back is still the Western Dairy Company's main bulk stores now for the produce coming across from Hogarton. Since then, of course, the university keeps growing and growing and growing. And in the summertime, they have outdoor classrooms, and they have the speakers up in the trees, so they actually sit down in the tree under the trees and do their outdoor studies in here. And of course, the Avon running through on your left-hand side, right in front of the Oranga, the student centre.
was a street pump.
It's still got the grey, austere type buildings, but they are very nice buildings. Beautifully clean through here all the time. Beautiful golden helmet. Trees in here now and still used as part of the continuing education. Student centre over on your left hand side.
That tree.
The colour of this lady's eye. And just coming up, this is the top delicatessen butchery in the country here. They've got all the different specialty cuts, European cuts. On the left-hand side is the first McDonald's in the country to start with roast meals. You can get your meal of the day for $9.95. Yes, I've never ventured out and been brave enough to try it. St George's Hospital here was the first private hospital in New Zealand. It's now a very, very big institution. It's run by a lot of the top medical surgeons. They're all got shares in it, of course. Running right through the centre of Papanui Road, like Fitzgerald Avenue and Beeley Avenue and Manchester Street, Colombo Street. When Christchurch got rid of its trams, they just left the tram lines intact, covered them with a fiberglass cloth, unbolted their pylons instead of just bulldozing them over like other cities did, and then asphalted over them. So if any stage they want to, they can lift this up and reticulate it. On the left-hand side, this is the largest Presbyterian private school in New Zealand. This is St Andrew's College. Very foggy again this morning. Scott said at the moment the airport's not open, so let's see what happens later in the morning. But heavy rain last night on the coast, and it's fine at the moment. So they said it looks like it's going to be staying fine, so that should be right. Christchurch is due for nor'westers, so that's quite a nasty wind down here. It gets very, very hot. Little garden that Christchurch has. It's this time of the year it's usually superb, and we'll let you have a bit of a walk up through the garden, and I'll pick you up at the apprentice who is 75, and he has one other gardener with him. So I'll let you off on the lawn because the lawn is
beautiful. An impressive little waterfall, or should I say fountain. good at this time of year. Little bridge over the stream. There'll be a few fish in there. Beautiful. Nice secret garden. What a gift to have a lawn like that. Look at those edges, perfect.
Yes, probably well, that's enough. Yes, finish. Yeah.
Look at those dahlias. Just so perfect. It's a funny smell in the air, I don't know what it is. A nice little pond. Oh well, that was well worth the stop. Pretty about the building behind us.
Area, and also an area where they win a lot of the metal from their building sites in Christchurch. Doesn't look. Take the supplies right up into. Most of the ones are now coming into here and retiring back off the land, or as I said before, it'll be fun. So the one's always growing. The more they're using the pine trees more for the hedge growing now than they used to. Originally they used to use the cryptomeria or she oaks, casuarinas, but they were too dense and they wouldn't let the air filter through them, and therefore they were getting a lot more facial eczema. So they leave a sort of more open hedge, so the wind would sort of filter through, keep a slight breeze into the paddocks. It's more faster there to your right.
There's got to be a story behind this, and I bet Les will know. Yeah, Mike, there's a conker tree. Decent sized conkers. Look at those up there. I'll bring a few back for you.
Yes. Well, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
It's down the river, straight down the bottom.
Let us know when you're running it.
Blimey, look. The man.
No one jumping. Ha 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 ha.
Nice Leicester cheese and a nice hot drink. What more do you want? This is a view of the new subdivision on Hammer Springs. This is the main shopping centre. Just go for a little stroll around. This was probably the original sanitarium for TB patients. Now a hotel. There's tricycle you can hire and drive around the town. Feeding time. But you're not a big duck, are they?
Yeah, don't they? Yeah, he's going to go. The colour on his food, he's so gorgeous. Egg.
Up and up. That's the skull. Redwood. This is a gasometer, believe it or not. We're thinking about putting it back into use.
Most important buildings in town is coming up on your left hand side. Got the little cottage there. That's our toilets. The information panel there on
This is Reefton, the unusual street lamps. Okay, tell me what your name is.
My name's Alaska.
And where do you live?
I live in Reefton.
In Reefton? And how long have you lived in Reefton?
Basically all my life.
Basically, where were you born?
In Greymouth Hospital.
Greymouth. Ooh, we're just heading off that way. Yeah. And what's your sister's name?
Summer.
That's a nice name.
And I'm 11 years old.
11. Which school do you go to?
Reefton Area School.
Is it a nice school?
Yes.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, I've got 7, 8.
And
I'm 9.
You're 9.
Yeah,
And have you got any brothers?
no, and we go to the same school.
Oh, yeah.
We've got 2 puppies. Got 2 puppies.
And what are you doing at home?
Yeah, at home we've
No, why aren't you at school?
Because it's the school holidays.
Oh, is it?
Every year we have school holidays.
Ah. Brilliant. Do you want to see yourself on the screen?
To express the unity and faith which binds all.
Especially if a vehicle comes with a big light in the centre of it, that's a train usually, but they have to give way to us. This is the Terramacau River. Remember I pointed it out to you the other day as we head up to Arthur's Pass. Very good whitebaiting river. Yes, so go back to this entertainment tonight. So it's not a late night, but they play the good old tunes, and the skits are, it is not maintained because it belongs, it's just sitting on Maori land and they won't contribute to the cost of it. It's got to the stage that if there's any heavy machinery have to go across here, they take it out across the river, and they have to pay $50 a crossing to get the vehicles across the river. To wait again, mate. The stupid thing about the law on these bridges is that they're exempt, so we don't have to stop to come onto them. So you imagine come screaming onto here and you find a bloody train in the middle. It's quite exciting for a few moments.
Back up pretty quick, wouldn't you? The train's not going to back it.
So you see how they put these new strengthening pieces across here, because the bridges were moving with the weight of the heavy trucks and stuff coming across. Yep. This is the ford where they bring the heavy machinery across out here to the left. At one stage they had to pay $50 an axle, and it was quite expensive for some of these heavy trailers, you know, because some of them might have 8 or 10 axles on them. Population is hovering around the 3,942 people, give or take 1 or 2. I haven't seen what the death notice is lately. But, this is Hokitika. Up on top of the hill, as we come in, was the hospital. Up this hill here is the psychiatric unit. No, it's all sort of now just virtually a geriatric hospital. But, it used
Other side, just anywhere.
world famous in Puketiko Crocodile Band. And well, this is the remnants of the Crocodile Band. There's still quite a few members that are missing tonight, but great music, all the old time stuff that we can relate to, and a few old fellas here. Ted, I went to school with. Athla went to school with. Peter was my godfather. But anyhow, they're good guys, good entertainment, and we just about got the meal ready to serve, so we'll just listen to the entertainment and we'll catch up with you folks, while the band continues to play, don't eat all the food because we have to do this as well. So just like to make your way up here, and everything's ready to go here.
Another quick change.
When he was only one day old, and the queen said the little fellow went from Jimmy to the forest.
I was just about ran out of tape there. I was going to change the plate.
100 fat cows into a tin shed. I said, oh, how do you? He said, just put up a housey sign. They have houses.
That wasn't very nice.
No, you won't get nice ones. Anyway, about Irish jokes. Paddy gets an ear badge for everyone, but Paddy was under this lamppost one night, standing around his hands and knees, drunk as anything, under this lamppost, and his mate came along and said, Paddy, what are you doing? And Paddy says, I've just come out of the Rovers pub, he says, and I walked into the side of the pub and I knocked my gold tooth out. And I'm trying to find him. He's out in the gutter looking down the street, I think. And he says, Paddy, he says, the Rovers pub's 100 yards down the street. That's where you should be looking. Ah, no, he says, the light's better here. Okay, so we might be ready here for another skit, are we? Yeah, we're ready. Yeah? Okay. Well, Guinness Book of Records office.
Guinness Book of Records.
Good day. Time, mate. You got your lunch?
How long have you worked at this place? I've been here probably 10 years now, I suppose. Yeah,
I reckon I've been here.
10 years at least, yeah.
25 years I've been here.
How long?
25 years.
Really?
I've been here 18.
Bloody Wells have got. Well, Guinness Book of Records.
Guinness Book, oh yeah.
The world's tallest bloody man.
How tall is he?
8 feet. Yeah.
8 feet tall. Yeah?
Twin to Billy McKenny, the world's heaviest wrestlers, 47 stone.
Really?
Jeez, bloody man.
Well, have you ever done anything? What have you done?
Nothing.
Have you ever done any good in your life?
Oh, I used to swim, but I never ever got my name in the
Never
paper.
get your name in here, could you?
No, wait.
You'd have to have something pretty special.
Yeah. Have you done anything?
No. Oh, you mean if you died tomorrow?
Yeah.
Isn't anyone going to recognise you?
Well, there'd be the obituary, and that's about all.
They wouldn't even know I've been in this world.
That'd be right.
No.
Any family?
No.
Oh, what about you, Barry?
Well, I was just thinking about it now. I never really thought about it. But I'm about the same. No one would actually really remember me at all. No?
If you get in there like that.
Must have some bloody thing.
Well, that would be all right to get in there, wouldn't it?
Look at the size of his hands. Of course they're small, aren't they? And you're a farmer.
Quite small.
They're small hands, aren't they?
Milton.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah. You're a farmer, of course.
I reckon.
I wonder if they had small hands in the world. I could be in there. I could be somebody.
Look at these for the size of me.
Don't deal with all.
No, you could actually
Well, they're big.
You could actually apply this even at the smallest feet in the world.
You
for
reckon?
a
I
man your
saw-
height, yeah.
I saw a Guinness
But
Book of Records.
it might be in there, isn't he? About
No,
down the
I
road.
looked and
Nothing
figured
about
even- No.
Fair enough.
What about you?
Oh, nothing, right?
Anything to call or?
I'm going
Your ears are usually small, no?
Well, can I lend you a little secret?
What?
But you won't get out of this room, will you?
No, no, of course not.
Only some of those we can trust.
Yeah.
Well, you mightn't believe this, but I would probably think I might have the smallest willy in the world. Oh.
It was going to happen.
How about that?
How do you say that?
Oh, sorry, man. I see it's bloody
Pretty embarrassing.
I would say he'd be quids in there.
Yeah.
You reckon?
He could
Well,
mess with something.
we're another 10 minutes. What do you reckon? Come on.
Office here, I'm going there.
Oh, that's a bit embarrassing.
Come on.
Come on.
You'll be number one. Wow. Look at that. Whoa. Look at this. World's smallest hands. I've been recognised for something. Well, there you are. Look at that.
The world's smallest feet for someone 5'7". That's bloody marvellous, isn't
Oh,
it?
good. One last. And we're going to be in the book.
Yeah.
Where's Barry?
Barry! Barry! Where the hell bloody Barry?
Who's this Trevor Woodbinder?
What's it? Moving it stick.
Did you get that one? No, neither did I.
Trevor Wolferton.
Yeah. I know, he was.
Now tell me.
Eh?
Tell me what.
Don't know.
Just the way they did it.
Come closer.
What's happening? Still falling, the smallest
What are you saying under your breath there? Okay, I think it was founded on the gold rush days and the gold mining days. They had tunnels and everything around. And there's a place up by Aerodrome in town here, the Blue Spur they call it, and they dug under the terraces for the gold, and they had to put up big shafts for the air holes. So, and they're quite dangerous. There's still a lot of them up there, and we used to always have our Seaview Hospital up there, which is our mental patients, we used to call them days. And that's quite often we used to go missing. They'd go wandering down these holes in the big parky swamp up there. But as kids, I used to play up there, and we used to. There's always a way you can test the depth of a mine shaft, okay? You throw a rock in, or anything in, every second is 10 feet. That's works for everything, okay? So every second is 10 feet. So we used to chuck things in these holes anyway. Anyway, one day I was up there, a few years back now, and we were just wandering around, and I knew where most of the shafts were up there, but I came across this one in this patch of bush, and I thought, I can't remember ever seeing this one, so I said to this bloke, we'll test the depth and see how deep it is. And so he said, so I looked around, I found a decent sized rock, threw the thing in, got the old watch, and didn't even hit the bottom. That's bloody deep. I said, well, hang on, let's see if we can find something bigger. So we looked around and we found a real rock about the size of a chair, I suppose. We had two of them had to roll it over. We rolled over this hole and down she went. We heard it hit the sides a couple of times. Normally you can hear a splash when it hits the water. There's usually water in the bottom. Not a sound. Christ, this is really deep. So we're a bit struggling with it. We have to find something bigger so we actually hear it when it hit the ground. So we looked around and there was this old railway sleeper, about 8 feet long, made of hardwood. So we grabbed an end each and staggered over this bloody mine shaft. We dropped it down, this big 4x2, like a big railway sleeper. And we were standing with it, watches checking out, and all of a sudden there was this white flash went past us down the mine shaft. And I says, what the heck was that? And the mate said, he said, I think that was a goat just went down there. I said, what? He said, that was a goat. And he said, what? And anyway, I said, it was true, he just committed suicide. Anyway, just then Alan Beaumont come along. He actually runs a bit of a farm up there around this parky up there. And he says to me, he says, you haven't seen my prize Angora goat, have you? I just paid $5,000 for it. I said, well, the bloody thing just ran down the mine shaft. He committed suicide. He said, no. I said, it wouldn't be mine. He said, it was tied to a railway sleeper. Paddy goes into the brick kiln and he said, I want 10,000 bricks. He says to the man. Paddy said, what do you want 10,000 bricks for? He said, I'm building a barbecue. He said, you don't need 10,000 bricks to build a barbecue. Oh, he said, I think I will. He said, I'm 3 stories up, he says. Same old. Paddy come home from the pub late. He was bloody late. He was going to get growled at his missus, so he took a shortcut across Farmer Pete's bloody paddock. Anyway, getting halfway across the paddock, he was a bit drunk and stayed around there. So he walks in home, he gets about 20 to 11, he gets in home, and his wife says, Paddy, he says, you're late. And he said, what the heck? She says, you're covered in cow dung. He said, it's all over you, it's all over your head. He said, I know. He said, I'm walking through the paddock, he said, and I lost my hat. He said, I had to try on 6 before I found one that fitted. Okay, I think I might be ready for you, fellow. I'll skip there now.
Lobster tails, biggest lobsters in town, lobster tails, only $2 each, $2 for lobster tails. Oh wait, lobster tails, sir, $2, the biggest and best lobster tails you would ever hear anywhere or see anywhere. For $2? Lobster tails, $2. Small ones? Biggest lobster tails, yep, great, they're huge. How many? 2. Yes, sir. Come over here and sit down. Sit down here. Oh. Now, once upon a time, there was a big red lobster.
Right, there, Bob.
Hi, there you go. Hasn't been a bad sort of a spell, has it? Can I have a drink, please? Oh, yeah.
Cheers. No, mate.
Cheers. That's pretty cheeky, I reckon.
Well, you fella aren't from around here, are you?
No. Who paid for that?
He did.
Oh,
Where are you fellas from?
I'm from Holland.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm from America, where everything's big.
Where are you from?
Now, well, I'm just around here. Just around here.
Can I come in?
Don't forget to pay for mine.
I don't want two things. Barbara?
So tell me, in Holland, what have you got in Holland, man?
Oh, we got everything.
Yeah?
Sure.
Chips. We got dikes. Have you never heard the story from the boy with his finger in the dike?
We've got a few of those here too.
Have you got windmills?
Yeah?
Yeah. You know what? If you stand on top of the windmill, you can look for bloody miles. Miles and miles. Everything is so flat. You can just look for miles. Bloody amazing. Right over the chalk hills, you know. Really good, yeah.
That's nothing. Where I come from in New York, we have the Empire State Building. That makes your windmill things look like matchsticks. I can see from miles and miles.
It's nothing you bought, see? Look, if I get on the chook ass roof, I can see the moon.
Hey,
What's this fellow over here?
Yeah,
He's been in here for about every day this week.
I noticed him when we come in. You know who I think that looks like? That looks like Jesus.
Oh, I wasn't going to say it, but I thought exactly the same.
I wondered the way he talked. And he's actually got scars on his hands. Hey. Yeah.
Does he come in here often for?
Oh, about the last 3 days he's been in here.
What's he waiting?
Oh, he has an occasional sip of water.
Give him a beer.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I saw him a beer. I don't find him doing that.
What's he celebrating the new Pope or something?
Right over there. Have a beer.
Cheers. Bless you.
Marvin, I can't be sort of outdone by that European fella. Get that man a beer too.
The other one across there, he said to shout you beer too.
Oh, bless you. That's so kind.
That's very good.
Well, have you got one more there, Bartlett's here? You give the man a can of piss, mate. You give the man a can of piss.
You're not drinking and smoking again, are you?
Well, he's right. You just go for it.
Another chap across there, one from the locals, said to shout for you too. The three. Bless you, sir.
You know, in America, we play a lot of baseball.
Right.
I used to play a lot of baseball, but I just can't. The arm, it's just, it's had it.
Right.
I just can't play baseball no more.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's just, it's just had it.
There's nothing they can do for it?
Nothing. Tried all the treatments, just can't fix it. No.
Well, you know, in Holland, we often clogs, eh?
Yeah.
And I slip on. I think I got something in my head.
Right.
No, I just walk with one clog now, I can't walk with two.
So you got a crook hip?
Yeah.
Can't they replace it or?
I don't know. It's very sore sometimes.
Right. And what about you? What's wrong with you?
Well, I'm okay, man. Don't you worry about me.
Thank you, Barney.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jesus. Oh my God! He's fixed my arm. He's fixed my arm.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you fixed my leg.
Right.
Back off, bro. Back off. I'm on ACC.
I suppose you all knew that we had the big lotto window here, and yeah, so we put us on the map for a while, but one other fellow in town, very lucky in town, he worked for the local power board, and he was up this 11,000 volt line just last year, and he got a shock, and he fell from the ladder and landed on the ground, and Well, he was lucky. He should have been dead, but they got him away to the hospital. We fixed him up, and our local power board was quite a progressive thing. And they said, well, to recuperate, would send him over to Christchurch. So this fellow went across to Christchurch, and they put him up to Park Royal, which is a flagship hotel there in Christchurch at the time. And they gave him $10,000 to spend over at the casino. And Christ, he's unlucky, so I should have been dead, you know, but I'm lucky. Anyway, so he goes over to the casino, and he walks in the casino door with $10,000 that the power board give him to help him out. And the manager of the casino came up and shook his hand and said, "You're our millionth customer. You've got $100,000 to pay the top table today up on our third floor, you know." Christ, he said, "That's right." Geez, I had this electric shock, I should have been dead. Geez, I'm lucky. Anyway, so he played the roulette wheel up top, and he won about $500,000 that night, and he couldn't get over it. And he was just before we went back to Park Royal, so I'll have a beer in the bar, so it was all free. He got free from the management. He was having a quiet gin and tonic after winning all his money, and this lovely Indian woman came up. You know, the typical Indian woman with the, what they call Sharon? Sarah, yeah, okay. With the dark black velvety looking hair and the little red dot in the head, you know. Real, you know, typical traditional Indian lady. And she sidled up to him and says, "Do you mind to have a drink with you?" "Oh, no, okay, no." And then he says to himself, "Geez, I'm lucky here," you know. And so they had a few drinks, and she said, "Where are you staying?" He said, "I'm staying over at the Park Royal." She says, "Oh, so am I." "Oh, aren't I lucky?" He says, "Oh, I'm lucky, all right." She said, "Well, I'd like to come over and have a coffee in my room." He said, "Would I?" "Oh, sure I would," you know. Anyway, so one thing led to another, and he wakes up in the morning, see, with this Indian lady beside him in the bed. He had a wonderful night. He was just thinking, man should have been dead. He's won all this money, and I've had this wonderful night with the lady. He said, "You know, geez, I'm lucky." And his lady looked over, and she was sound asleep on the back there, see, and his curiosity got better. She's got this red dot on her head, you know. He said, "What's it all about?" So he just got quiet. He didn't want to wake up. He got the edge of his thumbnail, so just slowly scratched away that red dot, you know. You know what? The lucky bugger on the TV set. We have some sick Irishmen around. Ross, that's just south of Hokitika here. They yelled out, they called the police, the local cop to go and arrest some bloke. This bloody gold miner was walking around town stark naked, other than just the bloody cowboy hat on his head, you know. So the local policeman went and grabbed him and took him back to the cells and said, "What the hell do you think you're doing, man? You know, running around town stark naked with a hat on your head." He said, "Well, I was in the saloon back there, I was having a drink, minding my own business." He said, "This lady came in and she says, would you like to come back to my hut out the outskirts of town and have a coffee?" He says, "So I thought there was no harm in that," so away we went to a hut. And he says, "I was in the hut," and she says, "Take off your shirt." And so, oh, I did what I told her. I took off your shirt, and she took off her blouse. And then she said, take off your singlet." And I took off your singlet, and she took off a bra. And then she said, "And take off your pants." You know, so I took my pants off, and she dropped her pants. And then she just said to me, "Well, take off your bloody underpants." So I took them off too, and I was stark naked. And then she took off her pants, and then she says, "Go to town, man." And that's where I am.
Yes.
Howard, here's your Meals on Wheels. How you doing today?
That bloody time too.
Oh, no.
Where have you been?
You know,
I've been hungry. I got up early this morning and had me breakfast. And that was at 9:30, and I'm hungry.
Oh, I bought you a lovely Meals on Wheels dinner.
Look, you could have waited till I finished this game. I haven't got it out all day.
So
I knew this was the time.
What are you so grumpy about anyway?
I'm not grumpy.
It's been a beautiful day.
Have a peanut.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You're fine sort of an old fella.
Of course I am. And where you been? I suppose you've been down to Billy Otson's. I know that you. Yeah, but...
Yeah?
Got all these meals to deliver.
You're down there for about an hour. I was watching.
But your meal is still hot.
God, what sort of meat's that? Tough old steak. Why can't you give me some nice soft mince or something like
you
that?
haven't got too many teeth, so it's well cooked. Your peanuts are quite nice too.
Good.
Thank you.
And what sort of pudding's here? Bloody plum pudding again, hard plum pudding. Why can't you give me some bloody jelly and custard and junket?
There's a bit of ice cream with it. That just slides down good.
God. Why can't they? Could you tell them what I wanted anyway? What I'd like? Can I ask for what I want in the meals and get it?
I told them, and I thought, well, this is especially for Howard. You're one of my special people that I deliver meals to.
Well, don't be late tomorrow. Have another nut.
Okay.
Don't be late tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Righto.
And just before I go, it's one thing that puzzles me.
What's that?
Well, these peanuts like this.
Yeah?
You got no teeth. How do you chew the peanuts?
I don't. I just suck the chocolate off them.
Have you had a good day, Pa?
Oh, so, you know what it's like.
Well, you need to go out and fix the outhouse.
Oh, woman, what's wrong with the outhouse? There's nothing wrong with the outhouse, for God's sake. How many more times?
Yes, there is. Now get out there and fix it.
I tell you, there's nothing wrong with the outhouse. There's not. But just to satisfy you, I'll go and have a bloody look at it.
Thank you. Been on to him for weeks about getting this fixed.
There's nothing wrong with the bloody outhouse.
You have to stick your head in the hole to see what to fix.
I'm not sticking my head in that hole.
You gotta stick your head in the hole to see what to fix.
All right. I tell you, there's nothing wrong with the outhouse.
Now take your head out of the hole.
Help! Help! I got me beard stuck in a crack in the seat.
Hurts, don't it?
Mother-in-laws, eh? A lot of good jokes about mother-in-laws, isn't there? We all had mother-in-laws. My mother-in-law, she was that ugly. We used to keep a photo of her on the mantelpiece to keep the kids away from the fire. And she was wasn't that very clever either, because one day she was going away for a holiday and she couldn't get a suitcase closed, you know, it was too full. And I said, well, put your weight on it. So she wrote 24 stone. I remember the time we took her down Jackson's Bay, and she moaned all the bloody way. Jackson Bay is about 100 miles down south towards the glaciers, past the glaciers. And she moaned all the way, you know, and she was still moaning when we took her off the roof rack. Anyway, one thing about my old mother-in-law, she was a very good knitter. She could knit that mohair stuff. She done a lot of knitting on mohair and very clever. But sadly, one day we took her down to Bruce Bay. We were fishing off, there's a wharf in Bruce Bay there, and we were fishing off the wharf. Anyway, she must have caught a fish, and she got a bit excited and started winding the fish, and she took a step and there was nothing there, and she went over the side off the wharf into the river, into the sea actually, and it was an outgoing tide, and with this big mohair jersey she had on, she got dragged under. It was a bit sad, really, Anyway, the Hearts policeman, he said, well, we couldn't find her. We looked around for a while. He said, I'll probably, you know, give her a day or two, she'll come up, you'll probably wash up on the beach, so we'll give you a ring back when you get back home. We'll give you a ring, and when she turns up, if she does. About 3 days later, the Hearts policeman rings me up and says, we found your mother-in-law, she got washed up on the beach at Okura. Oh, yeah, okay, oh, that's okay, yeah. He said, bloody funny thing though, he said, I've got to tell you, he said, when we dragged her ashore, you know that mohair jersey you told us about, yeah? Well, you wouldn't believe it, she had 12 bloody big crayfish caught in the mohair. Is that right? Yeah, he said, yeah. He said, that's right. He said, what are we going to do? I said, I'll tell you what, you have 6, and send the other 6 up to me, and send her again tonight. Okay, the boys might be ready.
Come in, come in.
Morning, Mr. Lawyer, sir.
Morning there, sir. Look, I'm not in court, so I won't you long need it. What can I do for you today?
Well, sir, I'd like one of them there divorces.
A what?
A divorce, sir.
A divorce. Hang on. A divorce. Oh, a divorce, right.
Yes, sir, that's right. We all know that.
Right. Well, have you got any grounds?
Oh, yeah. I got 240 acres. Good ground.
No. Look, you don't understand. Do you have a case?
No, sir. Oh, I don't. I got a John Deere, sir.
Look, no, you still don't understand. Look, do you have a grudge?
Well, it's more of a barn, sir, than a garage. I keeps my John Deere. No? You don't sort of understand what I'm on about.
No. All right. Do you have a suit? What about a suit?
Oh, yeah. Just wears at church on Sunday. No?
No, still not. Look, you're not quite getting it. Look, does your wife beat you up in the morning, or does your wife beat you up at all?
Oh, we both get up at the same time together every morning, 4:30, sir.
You're not really helping me, you know.
Well, I'm trying here, I'm trying. You did go to law school.
Yeah. Right. Look, all right then. Is she a nagger?
Oh, hell no, sir. She's a white girl. But that last young'un we had's a nagger. That's why I want one of them divorces.
Dayton goes over to a friend, a lady next door, a neighbour, and she walks into the kitchen, and her neighbour's stark naked in the kitchen. She says, what are you stark naked for, Gladys? And she says, this is my love dress, and my husband's coming home in half an hour. I always go and get dressed in my love dress. Oh, she says, does it work? Oh, Christ, yes, it works every time. So she goes home, she thinks about this a bit, and her husband's coming home soon, so she takes all the clothes and stands in the kitchen. The husband walks in the door. What the heck are you doing with no clothes on? She says, this is my love dress. Oh, I see, yes. He said, well, you could at least iron it, couldn't you? He starts snoring, and she gives him a nudge. She's sort of feeling a bit frisky. Anyway, and she says, darling, he says, what's the right? He says, remember when we were younger, she says, when you go to bed, you used to put your arm around me. Oh, okay, so begrudgingly put her arm around me. She said, and then you used to kiss me when we were younger, after you put your arm around me. Oh, yeah, okay, so he gave her a bit of a peck on the cheek, you know. She said, and after that, she said, you used to nibble on my ear. So out of bed he gets. She said, where are you going? I'm going to get me teeth. Yeah, old lady. Okay, the boys got another.
Every year they get better and better and better. Thanks very much for that. We're going to use your name for the Guinness Book of Records one of these
the apple tree, but anyone else but me, I come marching home. Took the walk down Lover's Lane, but anyone else but me, anyone else but me, anyone else but me, Lover's Lane, anyone else but me, till I come walking home. Just got word from the library, from the guy next door to me. The guy we met just last night had a picture to see. So come sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me, till I come marching home.
Any requests?
I belong to Glasgow, dear old Glasgow town. But what's the matter with Glasgow? Always going round and round. I'm only a poet or working chap, as anyone here can see. I get a couple of strands on a Saturday, Glasgow belongs to me. I've been to Dublin, big Friday, one You can join that side.
Where you lost?
Right, Ellen, you're not listening.
You start him off and pack up your troubles, Ellen.
Pack up your troubles in your own kit bag and smile, smile, smile. Long way to Tipperary, and the sailors join on. What's the use of worrying if there were wars elsewhere? Pack up your troubles in your own kit bag and smile, smile, smile.
Like I know
Susie, oh, 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 what a girl. None so classy as this fair lassie. Oh, 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 because it's what a chassis we went riding, she didn't walk. Down mountains, down the one they had to walk. If you knew Susie, like I know Susie, oh, oh, what a girl. Susie, like I know Susie, oh, 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 what a girl. She wears long dresses and nice long dresses, oh, oh, what a beauty she is. She's been riding, she didn't walk. Down through the hills, where the women have to walk. If you knew Susie, like I know Susie, oh, what a girl.
The Navy and the Air Force when they call
In our western coast is all our way, where miners, millers, bearders, stillers, men of destiny. And when you come to listen by the Tasman Sea, may you tell them all that we stand and fall, the Westland by the sea. Oh, Westland, Westland by the sea, of mountains and lakes of Galloway, and the timber told by the waterfall, the Westland by the sea. It's the men of Westland, native like Chloe, our goals all gone, our goals knocked up, one of our forestry. Our livelihoods are driven, crazy groups to tell how the Kiwi they will perish in the green dark cloud. Oh, Western, Western by the sea, on mountains the lakes are proud of me, and the timber told by the waterfall, the Western by the sea.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, it's been fantastic.
And I hope you enjoy Westland.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going. Yep. Right down to Stewart Island. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just shooting. Thank you very much.
Show your appreciation to the Hokitika Savage Club. I reckon they were absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
That's for the Crocodile Band, eh?
Yes, may I just say thank you to everybody on behalf of all our travellers. I think it's been an absolutely grand night, and I most certainly will take this memory back to Australia without any problem. Thank you very much. What did you say?
Is that why they sung the song before?
I thought it was.
What are you doing behind there again?
Here's the view from the top of one of the hills of Hokitika. There's Mark Cook in the distance.
Out through this gap here is the Otira Gorge. That's where we went up through a few days ago. Now, in behind these two hills that are sort of in the foreground, to the left of that, and out the back, and then out through there is the Browning Pass to Christchurch. That'll take you into about where Lake Coleridge is. And the big one we used to cross is the next one. If you remember where Mona Anderson, she was a great horse. Yes. We used to drop down.
Oh, sorry.
Can't see.
The beach, and it's well worth this afternoon if you're fosking along the beach, the different driftwood that comes. There's some quite... So the race course straight in front of us. It used to be said, you see how it goes along the back, there's a bit of a dip around the back, and they reckon the jock...
Wait 2 seconds.
Picnics. Or we'd go down to the other lake a bit further south, and the train used to stop at the end of the road into the lake, and everyone used to pile off the train and go into the area. Or the cream lorries used to take you out after they'd finished their cream run, and take all the church groups out, you know, and Sunday school groups and school groups to the various venues. So they made use of every vehicle in town. Good beautiful remus all the way through here. When this road was wide, it used to be virtually just a 1.5 lane stretch of road. You wouldn't get a coach like this through it. It was all canopied bush. And when they widened the road about 50 years ago, the locals were up in arms that they ruined it all, but it has allowed anyone to come in and out of the lake here now, and you can hardly see what, I mean, you couldn't imagine what the road was like before. And then up the head of that is the Browning Pass. You want to get out for a photo?
Beautiful clear water. This is Lake Canary, just by Hokitika. Look at that reflection. Beautiful day. You can almost smell the salmon. Or trout. Supposed to be a bit of snow on the hills. Mm.
It's very hard to find. There's one, that's the bellbird.
Probably this tree here, but there you go.
Here it is.
Flew across the other one.
That's bloody noise in here. It's like a chook house, isn't it? You never see a deer a bit when you go along.
Yeah, it'll be a long gun.
They've cut out this karma here because it's obviously how it's been pulled over.
Yeah.
God, look at that height of that one.
Where they cut off, see how they throw it back in the bush?
Virgin pointing straight up now.
This place is gorgeous.
Yeah. beautiful. Little stream down there. Little bubbling brook.
The trunks aren't very big, and this is the height of
Oh, they're amazing, aren't they? Get there. There's Carhigatius.
The boats used to race coming out through this island here, up through the front, and the market boys were up there, and then back round the island. They used to do 3 or 4 laps through here, where the flat roof place here used to be the local shop, and the local butcher, the Andrews brothers, they sold out. And off the jetty here, quite often you can see some quite large eels swimming around. And then carrying on from here, this is what's called the Dorothy Falls Road, and there's a very large waterfall up here.
Yeah.
Still see the snow on top of the hills over and stuff, I think. Poking over there, the hill.
Somewhere.
This will be fed from the hill, from the mountain.
So. Yep.
The filming of it, and their farm, their home was just across here on the left-hand side, and this is where it all stemmed from, way back in the days of the Stanley Graham affair. The stone on the left-hand side was opened last year to commemorate the years since it happened, And notice the spelling of the Kotarangi Settlers Hall. It's different to the valley name now of Kewhitirangi. And this is the plaque that was the Stanley Graham affair set up in here. So if you like to have a look at that. And it was a hell of a... Gold Coast at O'Reilly's. I've got a skywalk there where the Erie River comes in up there to the left, and down the dairy factory up to your right hand side. Now this river flows from side to side. Really big river. We're on the old main road out of town, so this used to go up what they called the Remu Hill through Woodston. And this is the white baiting trench, one of the trenches that the family have, and then another one on the other side. When the contractors come from Christchurch to build this bridge across here, they were told never to leave their machinery in the river because the floods come up very quickly and it would wash it away, and they just laughed at them. 3 weeks later, the big flood came down. They lost 2 bulldozers and 1 hydraulic digger, never to be seen again. They just washed straight out to sea. They never found them since. So the rivers get very, very treacherous, and they just wash everything right away. Yeah, I was going to say the old bridge was like combined road rail bridge. It was a single bridge. It had 2 passing lanes in it, but because of the length of it, you couldn't pass another big vehicle, so you had to wait for the big vehicle to go through. The little green roof building over here was the old customs house that was shifted from down the point, brought up there. Last time, that's a shop there. You've got one jade factory here now, and this is slightly dearer stuff than what you'll see in the other 2 streets. A very good aquarium is just down here at Waterworld, and that is where they've got the giant eels. To the left is the sheep going across there, and that's the walk place. There are numerous outbets all the way through here. The top of the street, turn right, you'll see the ASB Bank. Okay. A pharmacy on the corner here, the National Bank. All the banks are just in this area here. We'll turn left. The supermarket is just down here, that big building, which has got the lotto shop. The gold room over here. Look at the mural on the building, and over on your right is the Ruby Rock, and the glass gallery just in here too.
Inside of one of the jade workshops. Just some of the raw material.
I'll say it then. Yeah. Just like that, eh?
So easy, isn't it?
It's like toffee.
You'd be tempted to pick it off.
Hey? Yeah. I'll just try one, Jay, and see what it looks like. It's in the middle somewhere, I think. Is it? Oh, yeah.
Is that real fire? Is it real?
Will be a red and white egg, hard boiled one.
Can't deliver.
There's an aerial view of a coal mine dredge with a sluice. There's a coal dredge.
That's nothing to do with the pillow, I'm very comfortable.
Right, that do you?
Yeah.
We've just left Hokitika. We're now in the small town of Ross, gold mining town. This is one of the pits they dug when they were mining the gold. It's now full of water. Another nice warm day. Oh, the fantail just flew by. There it is. It's a pity about the sun. See if I can catch it. Oh, just go. There's the stocks again. There must have some bad people around in the old days. 1890s. Look inside. Looks like it might have been a prison. Or some lockup. Oh, I can't go any further. You've got bars on the windows. That may have been. Oh, definitely. God, look at the thickness of those doors. Good sized bolts. Definitely like local lockup. Oh, there's even somebody still in there. There he is. Looks like they've been in there for a while. Just your bread and water. He looks a mean looking dude. Oh, there's an old water wheel. Another water wheel. This one a little bit bigger. See where the water came down off the hills there? There's a couple of the old gold dredge buckets. And the fence, I'll tell you what this is. Something to do with water. There's a water pump. Oh, it's one of those sluice pumps. Oh, it's got a big one. Yeah, sluice cannon.
Big powerhouse down Central Otago, you go past it, and it's an incredible thing, you know, the roaring reef.
Yeah.
We were always told it's 2.08. 2.88.
12 DWT, I haven't seen that.
It's no weight, is it?
It used to be penny weight, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that would be.
Or 3,000
No, there's a decent size gone, look it. Hang on, mate.
The European one had a proper hinge system. This was just an oval shape underneath, you see. And we pick it up and carry it.
This is like what it's called a cradle.
Yeah.
Oh,
You see, and they just used to rock it on the
So,
ground.
so
This has got the matting underneath it here, you see.
Yeah.
That's where the gold trapped in that. And that's the stuff they still use on the big ones today. They still use that artificial grass.
yeah, I was going to say Chinese. The Chinese word.
Oh, yes.
I was just talking to Barbara about it,
Yes.
she wasn't sure. So
Yes.
that's typical. I was thinking that the whole place is cured mantelpiece. They used to have the newspaper cut out to decorate, you know, to decorate the top. Yeah. Not always red here at houses or something. Yeah, that's right. I've still got one of those on top.
You bring back a few memories.
What's up there that's not down here?
Bedroom.
Oh! You traveled upstairs. Yeah.
I was going to play a tune on the old piano.
We tried to, but didn't want to get it right.
No, about every second key from the bass.
Oh, yeah, so that's a little here.
It is a happy birthday.
Yes.
Now that you take him with you, and it's a lightweight, you can take him with you. No, it doesn't need electricity.
Mr. It's in the half of the clamp it on there.
Yes, for your beans, or for your mince, or...
Maybe I'll put in this one.
Really heavy.
What's his arms?
Put them on the stove and heat them up.
Yeah.
Plastic broom looks a bit out of place. Don't see plastic in those days.
Retrieving that the right truck up, you know?
Yeah. Most amazing. Got 31 hours, so I know they're the days of the month.
Yeah. This is 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
31 o'clock.
Is that what it was, is it?
That's weird, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Got the keyholes here to wind them up.
Yeah. Reminds me of our clocks at school.
Here's one.
Here's one you turn.
Turn manually.
Turn.
What's the date today?
I just corrected it was Wednesday the 20th, so I
What's
changed
the
it to
date
Friday
on
the
it?
22nd.
He asked you what the date was on it.
You can see the glacier in the far corner there coming down the hill. That is where most of the water supply comes from, where we're travelling across in a few moments. With the reflections, how sort of khaki looking it is. Coming back the other way, you can pick the colours out quite distinct. The outlet of Lake Wahapo is that's where the water flows down through towards out through that area down there to Okarito, which is where of course Kerry Hume wrote The Bone People. She lives down there. Ripples coming onto it, but normally you get reflections of the mountains down onto it, very similar to the way that Lake Matheson used to. And all this village here eventually will go. Now, it's quite sad, really, when you think about it. It's administered by the Department of Conservation, and we're coming up in a moment to the Waio River, which is a very unpredictable river. And with the snow and ice melt up in here, it's creating all sorts of problems. These are the old churches around in here, but the one that, remember the one with the photograph over the altar? You used to see the glaciers. It's just tucked in the trees in here to the right, which is the St James Church. Just in here.
Oh yeah.
And this used to have a suspension bridge, used to come down that road there and across a big suspension bridge. The glacier moraine and ice knocked out the foundations for it, so that they put this Bailey Bridge across. And now the riverbed is filling up close underneath. This was well above the river originally. Date at the moment, this is the main channel. Now if you look to your right behind us, there's the St James Church. It's just filling up the riverbed, so it's actually damming itself back. And the next thing it's going to do is weaken it and go right through that next control bank. And of course the dirtiness is where it's
This is Franz Joseph's Glacier. Seeing it a little bit closer. Just want to zoom in there. It's a bit cloudy there today. Looks a bit whiter up there. It's a fair amount of ice.
Right. Oh, nice with a bit of sun on the top. Isn't it lovely? Yeah. Well,
oh yes, that's what I will be.
One more. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
whoop. It's okay, there you go.
thinking, God, I got up the top of that hill on the left-hand side behind one of the churches. A little bit of the village. Made of river stones. Department of Conservation on your right-hand side and some of the accommodation places. The big hotel in front of us, of course, is the Fox Hotel. And if you look down the place with the new iron roof, just down there to the right is the original Sullivan Homestead. Some of the cold looking people out there on your right. It's the old road going out there to the left and right along the side of the hill there. Come out here. This is 1928, this marker here. Or 1935.
It's been some for a while.
Oh, jeez. Real the way it's eroding down all the time. We were out here one day and there was a bit of an earthquake, and you can see the rocks coming down off this point up here. So now they've forced the road out onto the river bed down here. Tight left, you'll see the Fox Glacier. Bottom is all debris you can see in the front of us here, and that's, you can basically see, that's about the best view you're probably going to get to, actually, is that one there.
Get out of here.
That is the Southern Alps fault line. Little crack right down the hill. Would you like to go rock climbing up there? This is the Fox Glacier. So you can get a good zoom in. Come on, give us all a wave.
We should be standing up on the high ground over there.
Smile.
Up into the clouds. A good bungee jumping off there.
We'll stay in here and wait for you when you come across. The first day out of it's quite good actually. This river here flows from the side of Fox Glacier.
be a few meals on the road.
We can't go down there, can we?
Oh, things those are rainbows, aren't they?
I don't know what they
Colour
are.
down the side of them is a rainbow.
Yeah?
Sure he is. Oh, there's the duck. There's the boat, there's the duck, couple of ducks. Mum and Dad come out to see us cry.
Yeah, the robins.
Do you have trout or do you have
Hey, come here, love.
Oh, wow. Look at them. Sit down there, look. Oh, my God.
Good size, eh? Make a good meal for the table. It's got a novel idea, eh?
Another piece there ready to fall off it again any time now. So, oh no, we just go around to see how they bulldoze the piece out here now, and they just let it fall down in the centre. Some big rocks just keep falling down off it. Or on the edge of the road there, how it keeps falling down. Look at that one, imagine that if landed on your toe. This is something that's fallen right.
You guys have a good truck.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
See you later. Thanks, Brian.
How are you?
Good, mate.
Not too easy, eh? Here we go. Now there's three down either side, one at the rear, just one over. Easy. Okay, if we have a problem, follow my instructions. Keep boating is like bungee jumping. Driving coaches on the highway, small elements. But not today, it's on the road. So let's go and do it, eh?
Yep. We're ready.
We're ready?
Yep.
Are you guys staying at Haas tonight?
Yes.
Where are you staying?
World Heritage.
World Heritage. My wife will be
size heading comes running through it. That's called the terminal valley. That's what they're doing all their studies.
Hamilton spin. Fantastic.
Okay, guys, well... Oh, come on.
Quite an expensive river system when you start travelling up it, isn't it? Tasman Sea out to your right, I don't know whether you would have seen it from the boat. But we make our way right up this valley here and then across into the Landsborough Valley tomorrow before we start to work our way up over Harston Pass. Dinner tonight is at 6:30 and wake up call 6:45. 6:45. That's easy. Breakfast 7:30, departing 8:15. Now tomorrow we've got a journey into Queenstown, but in doing so we've got quite a bit of scenic stuff to do before we get there, and we have to be in Queenstown by about 4:15ish so that you can get scrubbed up to go out to dinner tomorrow night. Tomorrow night we dine up at Walter. First cut through, and we're talking now since the first workings was in here in 1929. The road has been touched very little.
This is on the road from Haas to Queenstown.
Addition and sealing, but the actual straightening or the bluffs and everything like that are virtually as they were. So it was a pretty good job, wasn't it, to do it. Now this is the Landsborough Valley coming down from up in here to our left, and we're
come round the corner a little bit here and you'll see the confluence of the two rivers being the Haast and the Landsborough where they join. The river's coming down through here. It's changed its course a little bit lately. It was the main channel, used to come down through, but now it's changed across to here. So that's the Landsborough over there. And this is the Haast running down in the centre. There are guys out in here, these will be deer hunters. It's a good time of the year, you know, coming up into the roar, as they call it, or the mating season. And this is the Haast River out on our left-hand side now. We'll follow that up to the top of the pass, and then it drops over the other side, I think.
This is on the walk to Thunder Falls, Saturday morning, the 23rd. A good knobbly treat. Looks like its top chopped off. Dragon. On the way down.
Thunder Creek.
Have a look at the river now.
Yep. A beautiful stream through there, isn't it? The old
How much is that going for? Like the water, capture the water nicely.
The Russell Lupin is the the Russell Lupin is a beautiful lupin, the one that's around Mount Cook and round through the Central Plateau. Now if you look out to the back there to the Siberian mountain as it's called, because it sits low, it always has a bit of snow on it up through the Wilkin. If you look at the crib walling just in front of us, this is what holds the road up. And you can't see it when you're right beside it, but just along here on the right. Down all the time, and this is the area that washed out in '99.
Lake Hawera. Beautiful. She doesn't know hills.
You see the bottom of it quite clearly as you go across. Just out to the left you'll see the tower here as well. One of the most underrated parts of New Zealand. The Department of Conservation have their head office here, as well as for the National Park, and also the Lakes District has an information centre. So the village goes virtually down this road here, down to the left. The area around towards Glen Dublin Bay, those sections were selling for $1.3, $1.5 million each. And they were just under an acre in size. So the land itself now has become very, very much in demand. And Wanaka has no spare land to develop at all at this stage. You can see the beautiful buildings made out of the local schist rock. Now this is some of the new areas that have been developed. The little touristy parts of it down the bottom here. Mainly the eateries, what have you. And if you go out onto the wharf where these people are standing over there looking at the lovely big trout that are down there all the time.
That's right. No, the
Beep, 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 beep. He must be deaf.
No, you can't hear the engine because it's down the back, you see.
Isn't this so idyllic? Is it?
It says something about the trout or something. Yeah. No, I've already said they were.
Hey mate, you're right.
You've been telling us, yeah. Over here. Over here.
Juniper berries, we think. Nice little stream, nice and clear, fresh water. Beautiful. Why don't you jump in, Barbara?
So I was riding to the pillar down there.
They're fat enough, they're well fed.
Is there anyone else out there, Bill? Oh, isn't it the city bus tonight in here? No, I don't need a crowd. Golden Gate Lodge.
right-hand side is one of the freeway orchards, which specialises in a lot of dried fruit and juices. So they must turn round and come back up here. That's what the what a meanie.
A few more coming up.
Oh, they're coming, and there also rans away at the back there. It must be the bigger ones, I would say, that start last. Slower actually.
Yes, they're smaller ones.
You see some of the old fruit trees just down here to your right? More of them in here on your right. So these were the top parts of their orchards. The houses and everything were in amongst these areas, and then the rail line was below that again, and the road below that again. Hillside in front of us there now, you can see where it's all been carved off to put the road through. That's not to stabilise it. It's just
tree to be seen.
The Clyde Dam, should I say. The Clyde Dam in front of us now, with the spillway on this end and the turbine shafts on the other end. Sorry? Yeah, they've come right up from Clyde. I thought they might have gone across the dam. Up from the other side of the old Clyde River. So we'll stop here and let you have a quick look at it, and then we'll drop down into Clyde, and we'll go past the old historic buildings of Clyde. And then out.
This is the Clyde Dam. It's not as big as I thought it was. It'll be bigger than this. There's penstocks, and down to the turbines in the powerhouse. And the water will be gushing out underneath there. And this is the spillway with the gates at the top to release the water so it doesn't flow over the top of the bridge. Cascades down there. I wonder if they open it often. So surge over there and race downstream.
No. And then
looking down river.
Yeah.
That's the Times newspaper. That one's Tinker's Cottage. That's Dr. Maud's place. Yeah. This is a good stables, yep. He has been in there in their day, yep. And one of them had the Dunstan Hotel, the Dam pub. See this? Yeah, that's right, they still don't. But they call this the Dam pub. Lovely little homes, aren't they?
Just like English cottages.
Tyrrell's Cottage, little church. Museum's down to the right. The trees here. The edge must throw, what, 50 metres out of the body of the kit. So welcome to Alexandra. And this is part of the old railway village in here on your left. It's all going to be done up into housing, what looks like part of Mullineux Park.
Oh, yep, I see it.
Now, if you look straight ahead of us now, on the hillside up fairly high, you'll see the JC's clock, as it's called, at Alexandra. See it away up on the hill in white? You get another glimpse of it now, as just before we go down the rise, or as we go down the rise, over here at about 11 o'clock. See it up on the hill away up with the distance?
Well, let's say 1:15.
Yeah, 1:15, yeah. About 12 and a half minutes past. Not far off at all.
Straight up and up. It's a far away. On the hill, right over the hill.
Just below the skyline.
So this is the township of Alexandra. They flooded the road through to Ranfurly and Palmerston. We'll point those out to you on the other side when we come through them. We'll actually be driving through Ranfurly on one day. This place was flooded about the bridge. You see them just in here beside the new bridge. Yep. It's like a little walk down through there. And that's the road through to Needham Central. That's where and this is the main street. Notice it's all cobblestone right through here. They really love us in here with the coaches. There's numerous little eateries just in here, so I'm going to get something to fortify yourselves. Down that little arcade there's cappuccinos, sandwiches, cakes. Just across the road from where we stopped, just down on the back corner, this one.
On day 11, Saturday 23rd, we're in Alexandra. And it's a beautiful day. The wind's a little bit nippy. Look at that. A buddy. Now this one's got a beautiful smell. Come on, Barbara, last again. We're all waiting for you.
Oh, there it is over there. You can see with the brass verge out in front of it. Red roof building out by its own. So that's where the rail station went down through Clyde and then continued along the base of the gorge. And straight out to our left now.
Yeah. Down there.
It does, don't it? You know, you can see the platform there as well.
The colours of those trees. Beautiful, aren't they?
Everyone says, you know, they think that Clyde's only a little wee tin pot place, but population of 1,800 people. Yes, yeah, they're sort of migrating out from Queenstown. If you haven't been to Queenstown for a while, it'll blow your mind on how much development's going on there. It's just ruined now. Just so much Asian influence in the town with big money being spent. Boats are up on the trailers now, are they?
Isn't it? Get a different look from different angles.
Yeah, the beautiful old bridge across there, that's right. The rail bridge as well, beside it.
That's the road we've just come across.
Right along the front in here, and we'll go back on the other end and have a look at it. The Kawara, the Shotover joins the Kawara, which joins the Clutha. Yeah, oh no, it's found. That was the high part of the old town, if you can understand it. You know, the other parts were flooded out the back here.
Just how big they are.
The water used to be pumped. There it is there, see?
Yep.
The water used to be pumped from the river with electricity. Size of the rocks over the other side there where it just keeps crumbling down off the nevis. they have what they call the Kawara whitewater rafting. They don't raft down this far because of the rocks in the river. If you look down the left, there's a big flying fox just down there. I won't look, but I know where it is. It's up the top of the hill, and you'll see the powerhouse working down here on the left-hand side. And there's a little building there with the water gushing out after driving the turbine. And out to the right, Chinaman's Bluff area down through here. It's just like a lot of little gates all the way through.
Oh, it's what?
And they do that sledging through here, whitewater sledging.
Yeah, they're down there now.
The board to come through. That's quite popular. I don't know whether you... Just going up through the gap here, you'll see it on the top of this rise out to our right. People just go to have a look underneath it. It's the Peregrine Wine.
They're going to make a first bungee jump. Go, girl! It's been a long time before anybody jumped. The bridge to nowhere. I'm not surprised you're checking out. What an amazing little outfit they've got here. This is the walk of the condemned man. Going to leap off a big bridge. let go. Big hairs.
Rome Street. So we shot over river.
Trying to get your nose in this time.
This is Frankton. It's Frankton and Hamilton and Frankton here. This is known as the Frankton Arm. Named after the Frankton Arm of Lake Wakato, comes up into here. You'll see that in a few moments.
You can still chat. Go on, go on. I'll play it tomorrow. It's alright, it wasn't going when you was talking. I have no fear.
Oh dear.
If it would, I would have wiped it, don't worry about that. Oh, there's still got sheep on here.
Oh, you get a good view. Oh God, you get a good view. I think I'd prefer to look uphill.
Hang on, I'm going to... Do you realise that the televisions and the units don't have facilities for audio video? I went to see the operator.
Yeah, we're sort of locked into these stations when we're here.
It's quite good at night time, isn't it?
Yeah,
Come on, look back. Look, just look at the view over there. It's beautiful.
I'll look when we get up.
Why have we got a shine on there? I'm too close, that was all. Then I can edit out. I'm going to have to wipe a lot of this stuff out. Can't do.
Here's the bungee up here.
That's a considerable jump, isn't it?
Oh, God, yeah.
These windows opened it, aren't they?
And you're not going to
Yes, you never know. This is Queenstown from the top of the gondola. Night time, Saturday night. All those lights. Just been for a nice meal.
Everybody
And my
Ở bài à? Isa, Lishi, Ligo, Lida, Kichi. Cái viên, cái này nó xong mấy hai này. Đây, cắt nào đây.
Smile. Today is Sunday the 24th of April and we're in Queenstown. And believe it or not, we had snow last night. See it on the hills there? Yeah. And that's where we had dinner last night, way up there. And there's even snow up there as well. And it's snowing at the moment very, very lightly. As you can see, the snowflakes. A bit cold, which is not to be expected. Oh, look at that snow up there. I think we've got skiing today. Right around the hills. Beautiful. I've been feeling our trip to Skippers Canyon might be cancelled. There's snow on the trees. That's not too far farther. Oh, that wind is bitter.
Yesterday afternoon, Trevor, and then...
That's the remarkable, isn't it?
That's remarkable.
Yeah.
Yes,
You see the
The snow just virtually right down to the water's edge.
The lake, yeah.
Can you go down further? Or the sun's coming out down. But
Is it?
Well, it's ten. One of them.
You
see the snowflakes coming down? See the snowflakes?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I can see them.
It's still snowing.
This is beautiful, man. You know, if this lifts, the trees down there.
The colours and everything.
Compared to the beauty outside. I mean, that's what we had last year too.
Yeah. Yeah, oh no, it was amazing, wasn't it?
Might as well. Yeah. A little bit of blue sky appearing there.
Oh, you're up, eh?
Yeah, this is just down from the motel.
Yeah.
Just going for a walk down to the town. He must have been parked outside somewhere.
Oh, isn't it beautiful?
I'll come out later with mine.
Oh, yes. Do you think it'll be still here then?
Oh, yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah. Just shows you, eh?
It's right down to the water.
Oh, they're gorgeous. So pretty. Just right here. Oh, sit there. Hey?
Haven't seen many birds around.
Ah, it's pretty.
Isn't it?
Yeah, we'll go through the gardens because we're
Yeah.
early enough, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. Don't you falling off down there?
Do that. Look at those up there. Gorgeous.
Is that all right?
Yeah, they're growing cabbages. I noticed our lot are doing that too, aren't they, for the winter?
Oh, some of the gardens in Hamilton had edging.
Oh, I live in the bush. Love the bush. Isn't it beautiful though, with the holly and the trees?
Doesn't it?
Oh.
No.
I was telling Barbara, I set the smoke alarm off this morning.
Oh, did you?
I didn't think my toast was that brown.
Automatic toaster.
God, that's amazing. I think there might even be snow on top. So high.
Mattresses or cushions, look, they look so real, don't they?
Don't they just? It's a mighty piece of carving, doesn't it?
She looks just how I do it. I've got nothing to do. There's a branch come down. But it's so calm.
Beautiful colour.
Smell it and think it's got a fruit.
Probably has. Yeah.
Garden? Oh, I'll say. They said that they planted a few for the miners years ago. The miners planted them here, so that they had vitamin C. Yes, yes. Isn't it lovely?
There's
Look
a
at
bird
the
actually
berries.
eating them.
There must be a bird that would eat them.
There's a bird up there.
I didn't think. Yeah. It's an old one, isn't it? Oh, look at that fir. Now, are they little pine cones or what's hanging on them?
I don't know.
I'll have to go and have a look at them.
Yep. We shall go and investigate.
I'll wander down here and see what's on the statue. It looks like a war memorial. Oh, look at those roses. They're called French lace. Captain Robert Falcon Scott. Our Captain Scott, is it? Yeah. Oh, Falcon Scott. They had that coast, didn't they? Ooh. No, I've got no wish to go to nowhere past it.
Isn't that just magic? All those great big giants. Lake over there. Snow on the hills. Fingers are frozen. It's well worth it. God, you can only feel that cold wind. This is the Queenstown waterfront. Come up to the Ernst Slough very shortly. There she is. We're going on that tonight, all being well. As long as she doesn't sink.